Sign the register. Okay. Can everyone sign, please? And every councillor have signed, and welcome Councillor Peter Pester for joining us through the Cube, to the meeting. Let me welcome also the community in large who come to attend the meeting, and those who are listening through our social media. I won't be, with any about you, I will ask Councillor Strubel to take us along in prayers. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Let's just close our eyes and bow our heads. Father, this afternoon we are so grateful and we are so blessed, Lord, to enter the throne. We come to your throne, Lord, as we seek help and we seek guidance. Lord, in this afternoon we want to pray that you will lead us, that you, Lord, will, with your hand, just protect us and grace us, Lord. Thank you, Lord Jesus, that you will help the speaker who will be chairing this meeting, and that you will help us, Lord, for understanding, for the best, Lord, for the best intentions for our community. We pray this as we need you and as we seek your guidance in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Councillor. And again, moving to our next point, it's Councillors present. As I've said, that everyone is present with Councillor Pester, who rendered his apology not to come physically here. Then we provided him with a link. And then we move as...
Honorable Speaker.
Okay.
Sorry to disturb you, man. Speaker, I thought you would tell us at least why you moved them. I know it's what do you call it? Uncommon for you to do that. So maybe you were going to explain to us why you moved it from 11 to 4. We did have other arrangements, but we've come here for the sake of our town. But if perhaps, Speaker, you can just explain to us why that change was, so that then we can proceed from there, because I thought you would start with that.
Thank you, my pastor, Davis. I was going to deal with it in the notice of provision of code of conduct. You know, we deal with office of oath there. I must say I've saw the communication concerns registered by councillors in terms of councillor group for understanding what you just raised. Now, I must say, one, From my side, the reason I've moved, it's because I needed to attend a doctor. I can make it available for you. Since all of you knew that had a stroke moving out there, then I couldn't share that in social media to say that I'm having APC and D. That's the reason. My humble apology to all of you. But if anyone wants that confidential information, I can ask my doctor to provide you with that. I needed to attend to that. Okay, thank you, Davis. Can we move then? We move now to the provisions of Code of Conduct, if any councillors want to raise something. As Councillor Sapar, Councillor Susie, and any hand? Is there any hand? Okay. Councillor Chief Whip Kim, you may speak.
Speaker, oh, sorry, this sounds very loud. Speaker, we keep just noting the code of conduct for councillors. I'm not here to disclose an interest in any matter, but I think it's important that I specifically want to draw council's attention to item 3 of the code of conduct for councillors. A councillor may not vote in favour of or agree to a resolution which is before the council or a committee of council which conflicts with any legislation applicable to local government. Now, this is very serious because if a councillor votes for something that is in breach of the code, it has financial implications. The money can be recovered, but also a councillor can be suspended or removed. And this is not where I want to end what I want to address you on. It's extremely important, Speaker, that in every item that is before this council, councillors are properly informed of the legal provisions of every decision council has to make. So if we are appointing a director, we need to know exactly what the legislation is, what the requirements are. If we are deciding on where somebody has to be paid in terms of the upper limits, we need to have all that information before us. And here, Speaker, I want to appeal to you. Please do not, in this council, when we're dealing with these matters and somebody wants to speak on that, the matter just gets put to vote. And I want to mention a matter that is particularly topical in Knysna today. And that is the interdict that we've just heard about, which relates to the appointment of the acting director corporate and the acting CFO. When this matter first was heard by council in August, Councillor Lopes of the DA was the speaker. In that meeting, I asked for a caucus, and before the caucus, the speaker decided that the administration would go, have a look at the CVs of the candidates, and come back and give us a tick box to see whether these candidates complied. Speaker. When we came back, no, sorry, Speaker, it's important, I'd like to finish. Then when we got back, Councillor Lopes did not let the administration give that information, Speaker. She simply, okay, I'll sit down.
Just turn it off. There's a point of order from Councillor Matika. Can you turn off so that you can listen to his point of order? Then we see.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, normally when we discuss about someone, I think Councillor Campbell is raising issues that are discussing directors who are sitting in front of us. So I think he should have asked first that the director's excuse, then he can raise his points.
Speaker, then I can ask that the directors leave and then I will continue. Thank you.
Sorry. The MM.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker, and then thanks to the Council for...
So that councillors into confidence, our disclosure was going to ask the mayor to introduce the MM.
Yeah.
I think that there's something now coming, you want to advise us. Can you allow the MM to do so? Okay, let's do this fashion, then I'm advised that. Let me allow the mayor to introduce you, MM, then you advise what you want to advise.
Speaker, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Colleagues, let's officially welcome Mr. Umbali Sabola, our new MM. MM, welcome. Feel at home. You know, irrespective of what is happening out there, we're going to deal with those issues. Feel at home, you are here to perform a particular duty. You know, and I want to welcome you. You know, the speaker is quite correct. We're supposed to welcome you. You know, but I understand because on Friday there was I'm not sure what was happening in town. You know, with the placards, which says that Bali must go. You know, I'm sure that's one of the reasons why you are not going to you are not seem to be welcome. But allow me to officially introduce you and welcome you officially. You know, thank you very much, Speaker.
Low, PA, any hand?
Sorry, but I was still talking. What's going on?
No. Because the MM wanted to say something regarding that what we just were speaking about. Now I said in the meeting that because we haven't welcomed the MM yet, there was a slot. I didn't know that there will come things that need his attention as an MM of council. Now, it does not mean that we're not gonna engage with you. Please feel comfortable. I'm giving the chief whips that want to speak, or any member of council that want to speak to the MM, so that we can go back, so that MM is ready to respond or to advise.
Thanks, Speaker. Thanks. Just want to greet all the directors, the managers, the councillors, the former mayors. They will wait until 2026 to if they will get that position again. But mine is as the EFF also, we just want to welcome Mr. Sabola as the municipal manager in Naisa municipality. You know, this municipality, Mr. Sabola, we're having these actors from Hollywood. And it come a long time. I think it started in 2020 when we were having actors. But now, the coalition partners, working partners, have go out and advertise and appointed a municipal manager for us to bring stability to this town of Knysna. You know, certain people talk about corruption and all these things, but they forget they were there for 10 months. By us, we vote them. We vote against the ANC, and they were there. But they have done nothing. They can't even show the community of Knysna they appointed one single director in this municipality for the 10 months that they were there. So we know the challenges that they will come with, but we have the view of a giraffe. If you don't look here, that noise here, because that noise here will distract us. We're looking there to make sure that our people will benefit out of your service and out of all the directors' service. And you will have the full support of the Red Berets. And when we pronounce, we execute it. Even you see them in Parliament, they throw us out, but we execute. We execute. So you have our full support. We don't care what they are saying. We don't worry what they are saying. They will always make noise. They will always make noise. They're like this chihuahuas in the car is standing still. They doesn't make a noise. So the moment the car moves, they will make noise. But in Knysna, we are going to take Knysna back, man. When they arrive here, they get us here. They get us here when they arrive here, where they come from. So they will find us here. We will stay here. And we will make sure that our people will get the deliveries that they need. And one of it, we have to go to Brenton to get that land and build for our people there. So this is one of the things that we are going to fight for as the EFF, that we make sure that our people also will stay at Brenton without fear and favor. But we are more than welcome in Knysna, and we have the support of the EFF fully out. Thanks.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings, everyone, in this wonderful afternoon. Welcome, Mr. Sabola, to Knysna Municipality, and welcome to Knysna Town, whereby we have scientists who knows the people's lives from the beginning up until to the end, their future, who they were before they were born, who they are going to be as they're growing and getting older. You will find those people here in Knysna. Don't be scared about that because we as the Patriotic Alliance, we are carrying two fingers that are going to write on the wall without a palm, without a hand, and nobody will ever can read what those two fingers are going to write there. So we've got people here in this town that knows people's lives more than God. Don't be afraid of those people when we call them ingcali okanye izazi zaseMpumalanga. Ezazi zona ezabona inkwenkwezi. Isithi uphina lo uzelweyo. Zikhona ke ezo zazi nalapha kumasipala waseNisna. But we are not going to be shaken. We will stand firm because wherever you do that is right, nobody will ever remember that. Nobody will ever remember what right you have done. But once you do wrong, people will always have something to say. Serving court papers, this is what you are going to deal with. This is your daily bread in this Nisna. But we, as the bonus of Nisna, we know how to do things. We know how to do things. I am encouraging you, just do your work. Do your work. Saul was a criminal, but through God, God changed him. But there are people that think now your past record, whereby they don't have 100% is just what they had. So thinking that now that we know that when we are saying we are taking you somewhere to becoming a man, you change. You change as a young girl. When you come to a maturity, you change and become a matured person. Doesn't mean that your life is going to stand. Gangsterism have changed and becoming pastors. People who've got chaps in their faces, they died and made peace with God. So don't be afraid and don't be shaken about those people that say they're going to bring your past with no criminal record. So I am saying as the Patriotic Alliance, welcome to kumhlaba waseNesina, apho kukho izazi neengcali khona ezazi ngobomi babantu uba abantu bazi-criminal. I don't understand. We don't care about your qualifications. Don't understand that I've heard that you've been working for 20 years, but now it seems to me that you don't have qualifications, but you've been an MM in certain municipalities. Without those qualifications, you are not qualified. How did they employ you in those municipalities, but you don't have qualifications? So welcome to Nisna, whereby people are going to tell you, to turn you to a monster and mongery. Don't be, because there are some people who are un-African, who are barbaric. Thank you.
Councillor Charlie, no hands. Can we go back to business? Okay, do I?
Good afternoon, everybody. Councillors, directors.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, I think councillors can say that I'm giving you the time that you need to speak. Then don't panic if anyone also continue in that same fashion.
Okay. Yeah, well, all I can say on behalf of the plaatselijke bezorgde inwoners, or the PBI, welcome to Nisna, a town that serves, is there for all of us. It's not only for a certain group of people that think that they can, or they are serving the interests of certain people in this town. This town is for all of us that lives in it. The one thing that I liked about you when you stepped in as the new municipal manager, you act immediately. When these rich people thought that we're going to leave them with their outstanding debt, you stepped in and you said, we're going to cut if you don't pay. That's what I like about you. Keep on doing what you're doing. Show them that you are here for business. If they don't pay, we will cut. Thank you.
No hands, eh? Okay, Pedro.
Good afternoon to everyone. Directors, councillors. Not much I'm going to say, but we welcome you, as all other parties said already to you what is happening in Neisner, and as you have seen also yourself on Friday what happened, and I'm sure you came strong. The time you come to now you've seen already what is happening on papers, and I would like to say that you are more than other acting MMs which were here before, because there was no toy, white people toy before they get in here. But you came here on Wednesday, then there was a toy on Friday for you. So all what I want to say to you, just keep on doing the right work. Make sure that our people up there, particularly those people in northern areas, make sure that those people are getting their service. As well as the people who are fighting you must get their rights, must get whatever they're supposed to get. That's only words that I give you, that make sure that you change the Neisner to be on right track. Thank you very much.
Thank you to everyone. If there's no hands, let's go back to the business. MM.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, the Chairperson of Council. Let me also thank the speakers, the leaders of the political parties who then welcomed me, and also thank the entire Council for then believing in me. But also thank the directors and the officials of the municipality for working with me, for supporting me so far. I feel welcomed. I even felt more welcomed on Friday when I saw the toy of 14 people. I felt that today, or that day, then I was welcomed. However, I think let me, because I was raising my hand on the speaker that was talking to say, I think we need to talk to the items on the agenda. We need to speak to the items. I think without being fearful, I think I need to advise properly. We need to talk to the items, but also then the.
Wait a minute. You can't take pictures of us. We didn't give you authority to take pictures of us. Okay. Don't do that here.
But also with the facts that were raised by the Honorable Councillor, I think she indicated that she's been reiterating on those facts. So I don't think it's then necessary to then submit them or then resubmit them. Already everybody knows about what she submitted or what she said before. So I think maybe we need to continue and then speak to the items. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, MM. Your advice is that we continue with the next point. MM. Okay. Thank you, MM.
Speaker, has the MM now overruled you? May I continue, or has the MM overruled you? What's going on now?
Speaker, just a point. I think if, some people, Speaker, as I stand, some
Speaker,
people
point of order. How can somebody just be recognized while there's another speaker on the floor? The EVF thinks they can stand up and shout at any time they want to. This is not Parliament. This is Neisner. I just want to say, please rule.
He gets 500 votes, then he talks so big.
So you say, you can cry if you want. You can cry as you want. We are here.
We're not crying, Councillor. We're very happy.
No. You can cry as you want. We are here. Even if you laugh, we are here. We are not going anywhere. We are not going anywhere. Even if you squat like you want our people to squat, we are going to come and take land. What's the space? Because you are squatters, you're coming from Europe. Don't go into that one. So, Speaker, the MM have advised It's for you to take the advice or to leave the advice. That's what the MM have done. So it's not that the MM overrule you, that Councillor Campbell talk about. He advised you. You are still the speaker. Sometimes they don't listen. Doctor, what is that thing that they forget? But they always. I want you to use that word, please, man.
Thank you, Councillor Low. Councillor Low and Matika's hands is up. Campbell, I'm coming back to you.
Chair, I would like
Councillor
to-
Campbell, I'm coming back
just
to you.
Chair, we'll just receive, I don't know what we've received. This one page, I don't know who typed it, but I like 30 minutes caucus first.
Okay.
minutes caucus.
Okay. Campbell, I'm back to Campbell. I think I've noted you, Councillor Ma, Chief Whip of the ANC, have asked for a caucus. I think what the MM was saying is that there's no point to resend the information that you're having. I think it's an exposure of everyone. Also, he said that you advised council that we stick to what Jason normally said at the content of debate. That's what the MM is saying, and I'm granting the ANC the caucus, then we come back so that we continue with business of that. What time is it now? What time is it now? 4. 5 they must be here. Jason, you are my call.
for us for arriving late.
Sorry, Susie. Sorry, Susie. Matika is okay. No, understandable, understandable. Yeah, online. Peter, can you hear us? Okay. Maybe you are enjoying yourself with your wife and red wine. Thank you, my friend in town.
Speaker, we'd like to apologize, but we were not finished with the caucus. We'd like an extension of 10 minutes. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Anne? Friend?
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, for granting me the opportunity. Can the PBI also ask for another 15 minutes caucus?
Of that 10?
Yes.
Sapa, my friend.
Hi, Speaker. I think that in terms of the interests of everything, I mean, there's nothing on this agenda that needs to be resolved by the end of today, bar the appointment of an acting CFO. We can appoint an acting CFO internally to act for a couple of days until such time as resolved. So I'm suggesting that we may have this matter hold over until tomorrow, and we can commence at 11 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you.
Check the, let me first check the last one, the last part. It's not that I didn't know to comrade. Let me check the last part. Can we move for tomorrow? Yes.
Let's wait for the mayor to because you see, the legality or the legal implications in as far as this item is concerned, if there will be some issues to be addressed in the finance department tomorrow before we meet, that might be the audit query.
Speaker,
Let
Speaker.
me grant the caucuses.
So, yes, Speaker, can you grant the caucus? so
I'm
we can
granting
deal
the
with it?
caucuses.
Yes.
What time is it now? When are you back? Jason, when are you back?
Yes, let's grant the caucus.
Granting your caucus 10 plus 15, 6 please.
giving me the caucus, of granting me the caucus. I'm back. We can continue.
Councillor Susan, you can be seated. Just your hand, is there any hand? Okay. Okay. Councillor-
Are we now at the item of the appointment of the acting CFO, or where are we?
Thank you, Chief Whip. I was just needing consultation now. We are at disclosure of interest. If you remember, if it is none, then we move. We move to new matters, new submitted by the, there's something wrong. Acting municipal manager, copy and paste. Are you acting? Yeah. I'm reading what is in front of me. Should I give to or before you, Neil? Councillor Olo, we are dealing with matters.
Okay, no, I will, the MM.
We are at 6.1 now. Councillor Low, 6.1. Yeah, before you talk, Councillor Low, sorry. My humble apologies, because you've asked where we were. I think we should take the tune of my favorite councillor there. She's quiet today. Dealing with 22 when we deal with this agenda. Councillor Chief Whip of Kim, we were in disclosure of interest, so point, and our next point was the new matter submitted by the You're raising your hand there because Councillor Low, it's you, then Low. It's Low and you.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to start by saying that I nominate Avita Jagaiso. She is an internal employee. She has an NQF 8. But I suggest that we only appoint her until the next council meeting at the end of the month. That's when we do the adjustment budget. She's also the budget manager. Now, I want to motivate my nomination. The item before us, the recommends that we can appoint, can Ms. Sochedi maybe leave, because we're obviously discussing her. Her name is in the item.
is raising his hand while we were speaking. Okay,
Thanks, Chairperson. I think I'm following in terms of the items to be debated, and then you have not yet introduced the item, but then already there are suggestions or recommendations. We need to be talking to.
Did you not introduce the item,
No. The item on the acting of the chief financial officer.
No, you are saying someone have not introduced the item. Who's the person?
No, it was not deliberated actually. For lack of better word, it was not deliberated. But then, however, I hear that.
You are confusing me. I must say it on record.
Okay, let me withdraw, Chairperson. I withdraw.
The item in front of us is 6.1, report on the appointment of acting chief financial officer. That's how we do things this side of the town, No problem. Yes, maybe we need to meet and go through a workshop with you so that you can advise us how you want our meetings to be run. My apologies on that. I'm not trying to be rude to you, but we normally read it through so that councillors will know where we are. Then councillors who want to interact in the item in front of them, they raise in terms of what Councillor Kim, the Chief Whip of Kim is saying, that they have a name for something else, but also I think I must caution the Chief Whip that she cannot say someone must go what her name was not mentioned yet in the debate. But are you finished so that I can give
No,
you?
no, I'm not finished, Speaker. Thank you for protecting me. I would like to finish.
Okay, both of you, not you alone,
Yeah.
the MM and yourself.
Thank you, Speaker. So I'm looking at the item, and the MM is recommending that one of the options is to extend the contract of Ms. Sotshede. Now, by law, we may...
Where do you get the name in the item?
Under background, paragraph 2, the above-mentioned acting period will come to an end on the 15th of February, and council therefore needs to appoint an acting CFO or extend the contract of Ms. Sotshede for a period of 3 months. Her name is in the item at the end of the second paragraph
Sorry.
under background.
What we normally do then. I didn't pick it up, I'm very sorry. Please, ma'am, can you be excused?
Excused.
So that's how we normally do. Thank you for. You know,
Continue.
this is my agenda, but you will understand when you eat medications because it's only effect to you. This time of the day. I'm honest, not today. Why she's carrying a bag, she does not have hope. We employ someone new now for the door, just for today. Minister of Door.
Thank you, Speaker. May I continue? Speaker, now, by law, we are not allowed to extend the acting period of somebody who has acted for 3 months, regardless of whether they comply or not. I'm not going to go into Ms. Sotshede's qualifications. We know that she does not have an NQF8 and that she should have it, and there's a legal action about it. I'm just going to stick to, I've got the Municipal Systems Act.
Speaker,
Thank you.
I just, you know, I don't understand content of debate. Rule 22. Chairperson. You know what is so funny here? Councillor Campbell nominates someone. On the other part, he's busy discredit the other person. So, if you, no. So I can't raise it. You can't. No. So you want to be the speaker? Are you finished? No. No, are you finished? No, are you finished? Are you finished? Okay. So, she's busy discussing a person, you know, while she's nominated someone, she has to stick to that person that she nominated. You can't discuss someone else while you're busy nominating someone. She was only supposed to say, is there anyone to second that? And then from there you move. You see? You see? No, you can't have background information about someone else that you didn't nominate. So, Speaker, you must deal with that, please, man.
I'm not going to talk about the person. I'm going to read from the Municipal Systems Amendment Act of 2022. May I continue? Okay, so Section 56, 1C, says that a person appointed in terms of paragraph A2, that is an acting director or CFO, may not be appointed for a period that exceeds 3 months. There's one exception, provided that a municipal council may, in special circumstances and good cause shown, apply in writing to the MEC for local government to extend the period of appointment for a further period that does not exceed 6 months. In other words, no matter who it is, even if it's the best CFO in the country, you may not act for more than 6 months in terms of this act, which came into effect on the 1st of November. So the MM, by recommending to council that we extend Ms. Sotshede, is actually recommending to this council to embark on an illegal appointment. And it is my duty to inform the councillors here that if they vote for this, the wording is very, very clear in the Systems Act. It would be illegal. We may not extend Ms. Sotshede. The reason I am therefore recommending Ms. Sunka, she is, Ms. Jagaiso, I forget her other surname. She is an internal employee. She has an NQF8. She's not going to cost us extra money. And at the end of the month, we can then have enough time to find an alternative person or further extend Ms. Sunkar or Ms. Jagaiso, I do apologize. So I am not now talking about anything personal. I'm explaining to this council that extending the current CFO would be illegal. Simple. So that is why I nominate Ms. Jagaiso. Thank you.
You've proposed a name, am I correct? Mr. Mark, are you seconding the name? Okay.
Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Also, I don't have a legal background, but I need guidance from the book that you are reading from. 8 Roman figure 2 may not be appointed. I'm reading the right sentence. Am I reading where you were reading?
Yes, that's correct, Speaker.
Yes. One, I need the you must advise. And the legal gurus around the table are here. There's an understanding of may and must. Yeah, here I have a may. And yes, wait, to act for a period that exceeds 3 months. And then it's provided that a municipality council, which means, to my understanding, talk about all of us, 21. You must advise me. Council may, again, in a special circumstances, and it said, and on good cause shown. Legally, you need to advise what do you mean by good cause shown. And it said, apply in writing to the MEC for local government to extend the period of appointment contemplated in the paragraph A for a further period that does not exceed 3 months. Now, I don't want to run in front, but I think when I read it all, it says that first we need to determine. Now, we cannot just say that Skosana is already granted a period to extension by council. But if council decides, that's my understanding, to say that Skosana will be extended, exceeded this period, we need extension for Skosana, then the office that need to write to the to the MEC is the office. Then from there, the MEC will respond. Am I correct or wrong? So you need to advise me there. We also need to wait for the MEC while we extend it for Skosana, but the MEC will give us his blessing or his blessing to say that, no, we don't no, give me a space. I gave you, comrades, your time. I gave you time to second the name. Now, I just needed just, before I move with another proposal, what's your understanding regarding this paragraph? I need to ask you, you account to us or to me, then the mayor.
Thanks, Chairperson. I think the confusion between may and must, it must be clarified. May is peremptory. Must is directory. So when you say may, you are saying may. For lack of better words, it is peremptory. However, you need to show good cause, which in our case we do have. Remember, we are 4 months left towards the end of the financial year. We are busy with the finances, and Auditor General actually has arrived. We had a meeting with him today, and then with the CFO and some of the staff members. So we don't want that vacuum that may have some negative effects on our audit. However, the other point is that the matter that has been raised by the Honourable Councillor here, it has been raised by the Minister. He wanted us to respond. And then we responded, and in our response, we said we will then complete the appointment of the new CFO by the end of March. And then we further said that we are awaiting the opinion to then guide us on this matter. So we have the response that have been submitted to the office of the minister. So we have responded, and then the matter is in court. So I don't think there should be a confusion there. Thanks.
Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks, Speaker.
You must remember there was a proposal of names which were seconded. I hope also we're going to go that same tune to have names seconded.
Yes, yes, thanks, Speaker. I just want to propose the name of Mrs. Sesotho Sedi as the acting financial officer to be appointed such time as the vacant post of the CFO has been filled, whichever period comes first. So I nominated her. Yeah. Sesotho, yes. But the presidency.
Any seconder? There's a hand, Charlie.
I second it.
Sabah.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to bring to the attention of this council that the MEC has already written to us to indicate that Ms. Shirley does not meet the competency requirements in terms of her qualifications and in terms of her experience. We are then going to be proceeding to appoint her when her qualifications are not compliant, and on that basis, we're going to be then approving an unlawful item. And I want to make the councillors aware that if they vote in favour of an unlawful item and this matter proceeds to court, they will be held personally liable on that basis. So just to make aware of that. From the DA's perspective, our view is that we believe that what we should be doing is we should be writing to the MEC and asking him to second somebody to the municipality. The reason being is that Ms. Shotsedi's period of 6 months has already expired as of today. It's expired at 5 o'clock this evening. So therefore, her maximum period of acting has already come to pass. And therefore, on that basis, we should be writing to the MEC to ask for him to please second a suitable person who would then hold the position until such time as the vacancy is filled. And that is what the regulation says. So our view is that we need to proceed along those lines and write to the MEC for him to second a suitable person until such time as the vacancy is filled. Thank you.
Chief Whip, do you have a seconder on your proposal of seconding?
I second that, Speaker.
That.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just want, because there was no name that was raised by Councillor Sabah. He just making a statement. I would also, that was a recommendation, but I would also like to say something. You know, it's so sad when we don't have a father where whom we're going to run and cry to. We haven't even seen the agenda. And there were already people who know what is going to happen in this council and go right to the MEC, which is why that I'm saying it's so sad to us. We don't have a father whereby you are going to run to and go seek for an advice to the father before we sit in this council. Even the last time, before we receive the agenda, there are some councillors who already know what was going to happen, meaning that the same people who are breaking the laws going into the administration and go and interfere, whereby I, Councillor Beauty Charlie, said in this chamber, these bylaws are only done or dusted for those who are oppressed, for the poor of the poorest, and it works for those who are so high and qualified in education. So all I'm saying is, all your respect, MM, in the name of the Patriotic Alliance, can you do for the PA a forensic audit of 10 years, 5 years and this 5 years term, so that it's not content of debate, so that we can see that who was acting, who's got their jobs permanent without qualifications. Can you please do that audit forensic? I want it to be in the council. Thank you. Not a point of order.
You're not the Speaker.
Point of order, Speaker. Speaker?
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor is finished now.
We got, no, thank you. We got 3 proposals in front of us. Kim proposed, proposal was made by Councillor Suzanne, seconded by Mark. Then we have a proposal from the fighter, Councillor Lowe, seconded by Beauty the PA. Then there's a proposal coming from the TA that there must communication to the MEC to ask for a second day. Am I correct? And it was seconded. Now, we are like in Gauteng now. I'll hand over to the whip, but we'll start with those who are in support with the proposal of TA. Show by hand. TA. Is Peter there? Those in support of the proposal of TA that we must get a second year from that. Those who are against the proposal of the TA, show by hand. Yes. Is there any abstention against the proposal of TA? Okay, thanks. Then we move. Those who are in favor of the proposal of Councillor Lowe, supported by Beauty, show by hand. Those who, Jason, don't do that. Those who are against, show by hand. Any abstention? Okay. No, we're busy voting now.
Just want our names to be noted as voting against it. It's important, we can ask for that because it's important to stop us from being liable. Thank you.
Hence is your vote.
Those who are in favor of the proposal of Kim, show by hand. Come here. Those who are against the proposal of Kim, show by hand. Is Peter Pakame there? Sabah, Peter is not following. I'm telling you. Can you hear us?
Sorry, Speaker, I seem to be losing the connection every now and then. I'm for the DA's proposal, so I vote for that and against the other suggestions.
Hand over now to the Whip of Council.
Thank you very much, Speaker. For the proposal of the DA, those are in favor of that proposal are 8. Those against that proposal, 11. Abstain, 2. Speaker, for the proposal of the EFF, those are in favor of that proposal are 11. Those against, 10. For the proposal of the Kim, those are in favor, 2 against 18. I'm not sure Mr. Best he voted or didn't vote, but he voted with them. Okay. Thank you. The proposal of the EFF carried.
Thank you, Whip. Let me take my meeting back to me. To the following item.
Can we call her in? Speaker, can we call her in, please?
Call whom in?
The acting CFO.
Oh, okay. Paula Neil, I see you close to her. Do we move to item 6.2? Item from, it says from the Maspalat manager. Councillor Low?
Speaker, can I ask for a 5-minute caucus? Is the EFF?
Okay, what time is it now?
Then I will make it 10 minutes.
What time is it?
It's
22.
10 to, we are back.
Okay, come back at 7.
Thanks. sorted. We can move with the 2 items. I think we can only take 2 minutes to deal with the 2 items.
Please, man, I think I will close this
But
door.
before that, Speaker, I want to raise it, and I want to raise it verily to the as the EFF, I gonna appeal and I gonna raise it here, and want to ask the municipal manager that the Knysna municipality must do a forensic investigation of all senior managers that was appointed in this Knysna municipality for the past 5 years. This is what we ask as the EFF. Any appointment that doesn't require the legal or the requirements must be investigated thoroughly.
Point of order. We're not at that item yet.
So I raise it here. I raise it and I want the
Speaker, can we follow
even if
the
we are
agenda,
going to
please?
write a letter that there must be, that we are going to even put a
Speaker, what
motion
part of the agenda are we on now?
that we have to
'Cause
deal with
the
that.
next agenda does
So
not
we
cover
will,
what
we
he's
will bring a
talking
motion.
about.
Never ask
Bring it
agenda
when it
when we
comes to
road to
questions.
Bradell.
Don't worry, we will bring a motion.
Bring it under
And when we
questions
bring
or
a
motion,
motion,
that's fine.
we will have
But
the
not
numbers.
now. Thank
That
you.
there must be a full investigation in all
Rule
people that
22
was
content of
appointed
debate, may the councillor stick to the business of the day. Thank you.
Don't worry, Jason, don't worry, relax. Don't worry, you were the speaker, I voted.
Order, speaker, order.
I'm waiting for my friend to get seated. Councillors, I don't know, but I'm tempted to say that I've closed my store, which allows for caucuses. I'm tempted to say that. And I'm tempted also. Please, in the ordinary council meeting, I'll allow you to speak as much as you want. Just for now, please. We are dealing with item number 6.2, which EFF have asked for caucus, but apparently is covered. Is there any hands? You? Are you back, EFF? Okay, wait. Nothing promising?
6.2, are we there now, Speaker?
Yes, we're there.
Okay, 6.2, I just,
I'm writing down first, people. You are number 1.
okay, thanks, Speaker.
Atika, any hand? Susie. Number 4? Sabah. Number 5? Are you up? No. In this item, we only have 4 names. In this item, we only have 4 names. I know the tendency of this council. When I saw Skosana last speak and get tempted because I want to respond to Skosana. Just for today, we're going to stick in these numbers. Anyone want a bite on item 6.2? Susan, you're number 3. Anyone? I've got Nilo from EFF, Chief Whip of the ANC, which is Matika, Suzy, Chief Whip, Sabah, you're still on. Let's move, Neil.
Thanks, Speaker. On 6.2, the recruitment, the report on the progress of appointment of Director, Corporate Service, Director Planning and Development, and Director Integrated Human Settlement. I want to go with the recommendation. The recommendation that I want us to go on is recommendation A, B, and C. Then we scrap D. When we come back to our ordinary council meeting, then we deal with D of the selection panel.
Deputy Mayor?
Yes, Speaker, I would like to second the proposal of the EFF.
Record there's a proposal which is seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Let me go then to my list. Councillor Matika.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, can we be taking into confidence how far is the process? We just want to have a process how far, because when we appointed the committee, we don't appoint a name. We appoint an office, especially the municipal manager. We didn't appoint a name, we appointed an office. So I don't think there is a big difference in terms of changing of the, it's just the MM moving one and getting one, but the panel is still one. So I just want to check how far has they started with the process, the other process in terms of screening and the stuff. Thank you very much.
I think administration has made note of that to respond to Councillor Matika. Councillor Suzanne.
Thank you, Speaker. May I be seated or would you like me to stand? Thank you. Speaker, I agree with the proposal of Councillor Lowe, except that I want us to include, which was in the previous resolution, that the chief whips of all political parties be invited and serve as observers during the process of recruitment and selection of the positions, and I'm not going to mention all the positions. And then I also feel we should put an additional paragraph in that the fruitless and wasteful expenditure occasioned by the fact that we have to re-advertise, that should be investigated by MPAC. So I agree with Councillor Lowe that we don't now appoint all the people on the panel. We can bring it back to council, but we must at this stage include that the chief whips must observe, and then also that the fruitless and wasteful expenditure be investigated. Thank you.
Thank you. Sabah.
Thank you very much, Speaker. In terms of this item, we are quite correct in that the panel needs to be reconstituted, because although the position is the same, it's the municipal manager, it's a different person, so therefore the panel has changed during the process of it. So it has to recommence, which means we do then have to re-advertise and start the process afresh. So we thank, well, I don't think it was you that brought the item because you said that you hadn't signed it, but we thank the fact, we agree with the item. However, in terms of the, we also agree in terms of what Councillor Campbell is saying, but that was a part of the agreement from a couple of years back, from what I understand, is that the chief whips of political parties have observer status throughout the process, all chief whips, so it's 6 chief whips of the political parties. We have no issue with Councillor Lowe's proposal that the panel for the CFO position is not dealt with now. We don't have an issue with that either. However, we would like to propose, in terms of the person being on the panel as the expert, that we propose Mr. Johan Jacobs, please. Thank you.
Where are you now, Sabe? There is no CFO. It's planning, it's integrated human settlement, it's corporate. It's Valentine's, I understand. Mark, while she's going through.
I just would like to second the amended proposal that Councillor Campbell brought forward, to add those 2 provisions in the recommendation. And if Councillor Lowe will accept that amended proposal.
Low, you came with a proposal. Amendments must come from your side. As a,
You know, Speaker, now they put me in a corner, especially with this one of the MPEC, because they know that I'm the chairperson of MPEC. But it is for the council to decide on that. Because if it comes to MPEC, then I can't put a view right now here as chairperson, because there's other members also part of it. But I agree on the one of the chief whips. It's very important on that one, because it was in council that decided the chiefs will be part of that.
Okay, through you, I don't know whether you're going to respond to Councillor Matika.
Thanks, Chair. I think on the progress of of this position, it is part of the recommendations that we are restarting the process. We are going to re-advertise. I think maybe what we can do from our side is that we need to give the time frame as to when do we think that we can be able to, to complete this process. In our response to the MEC, but also in our response to court, we were very consistent to say by the end of March, we should, or we must have then completed this process. So from here, what we're going to do after this council, we're going to re-advertise, and then I think for 14 days. And after 14 days, we'll then capture, we'll then prepare the panel. In the meantime, we'll issue the appointment letters to them, and then we'll also then propose the dates. So immediately after the interviews, we are going to request the special council meeting, and then the appointment will be done. Thank you, Chairperson.
Councillors, do we move then with the recommendation as amended by Councillor Low? Okay. Can we move to second item? 6.3. Are you at 6.3? Wait, let me write down. Anyone? Oh, Law P. Anyone? Deputy Mayor, number 3. Anyone? Content of debate, number 4. Anyone? Don't say that one speaking and now you want to speak. Susan, start.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think the MM must leave because we're now discussing his salary. So I would respectfully request you to ask the MM to leave.
Then the MM, can you appoint someone, please?
Sorry, wait, MM. Wait, MM. This is the House of Council. This is the House of the Speaker. We cannot all of us be a speaker here. MM, I'm the Speaker of this Council in Neisner. My name is Mncitisi David Skhosana from the African National Congress. We are with the coalition. There's no other speaker here. You must not let yourself be bullied by people of Neisner. This is the attitude. If you allow it, they will do that every day to you. Even if they see a ShopRite, check us while you're with your family. They will ask you nonsensical things. Don't allow it now. MM, normally, Pravin acts if there's no MM, but it's in your pocket because you don't know here in Neisner. Here, when you leave, you say that one will be sitting for you. Now, I need to advise you. I think you should take him for the next period. As time goes, you familiarize yourself with the qualifications of your directorate so that if you must leave council, you leave that person, because I don't want you to be followed by paparazzis to say that you put someone with grade 12 there to sit in your chair. For now, let me allow you, ask Pravin to sit for you, to be seated for you, so that you could be outside. Can you do that on record? Ask him. Sorry, this other one in front of us is qualified also to sit for the MM.
Speaker.
Let's assist the MM. Please, comrades.
No, thanks. There's no problem. I think I can recuse myself. Okay. And then one of the qualified directors that you deem fit can then represent the MM. However, I think there was a bit of confusion, but maybe then you'll then clarify it, because there were some suggestions that came in the form of the resolutions of the administration, investigating the prior appointments. So but that will be discussed. Thanks.
Where you leave it for now?
I can leave director here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
But Speaker, before you go, but the ML can go. I'm very worried if tomorrow, it was raised in this council meeting, Councillor Campbell, you have raised it in this council meeting, that Bravir doesn't have the qualifications. No, she have raised it here. No, she have raised it here. I just want to make them aware when they raise these things. It was last week. Can the acting MM take his seat, please, man? You know, when you have powers, you must use it.
Councillor, you sit on the floor. You on the floor? You on the floor?
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, Speaker, I just want to mention to Councillor Lowe that I did not appoint the acting MM, but be it as it may, I'll leave it at that.
I didn't say you appointed. I said you were having a query about what I was saying. You were having a query about that Pravir doesn't have the qualifications, and you have said it in this council buildings.
Yes, and I confirm that today, Councillor Lowe, but that's not the topic of discussion. Speaker, can I continue? I've got two questions. Yeah.
You'll continue now. In due respect, councillors, you all don't want to be here until tomorrow. Please. Even there's some councillors now receiving calls from their wives, from their kids that, Daddy, where are you? That's the reason I said I've closed the shop of asking for caucuses now. Just for now, keep your spirit for month end. Bring your chairs, your clipper, all the tires. Do that. Please, please, please. Humble apology for starting our meeting late. Please, let's leave touching his faces now. It's the last item. Let's deal with it.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, firstly, through you, I've got two questions for the MM. We are being asked to approve the remuneration package of the MM. Now, obviously, the MM's salary has to be in his contract. So firstly, I'm asking the Mayor, has the MM's contract been signed? And if so, when? But I'm going to continue. He can answer that later. Speaker, we are bound by the regulations, the upper limit regulations that were gazetted in 2022 about how we determine the MM salary. It is not for us to decide how generous we feel or how much we like the MM. We are bound by these regulations. Now, Regulation 10.2 says that a municipal council must apply the criteria as set out below to determine the offer of remuneration or appointment. Minimum package, relevant qualification, yes, the MM complies. Applicable to persons who have 5 years experience, the MM complies, but that's not all. Applicable to persons who have acquired competent achievement level as measured against the framework. Now, we all received the selection report, and unfortunately, the MM did not achieve the competency, a competent achievement. His achievement was below competent. In other words, we cannot pay the MM more than the minimum because we are bound by the requirements of the upper limits. It is not my opinion. It was in the report produced to this council that he did not achieve the competent achievement level. So I would say that the most we can pay the MM is on the minimum scale. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, for once I agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Campbell. We cannot lawfully offer the MM the top remuneration structure in terms of the determination for upper limits. It's going to be an unlawful action, and it cannot be justified or condoned by this council. I also am surprised that the contract has not been appended as part of the item because it should really be in the public purview if it has been signed and completed, but at least the Mayor will respond to that in due course. So yes, Speaker, it's just not acceptable that we are offering this sort of money in flagrant violation of the regulations. So I'm appealing to council to not accept this recommendation and to rather apply the minimum level in terms of the determination of upper limits, the regulations that apply to that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to recommend that we go with the recommendations as is. Yes, that's it.
Any second for the Deputy Mayor? There's none. Oh.
Speaker, I concur with both my colleagues, Councillor Campbell as well as Councillor Lopez, but there's just one more thing. If, for example, we wanted to go from a minimum to another level, we would have had to be able to justify it. And besides all the issues that they've mentioned, I mean, there has to be a special reason for that, but we all know that there were other candidates that were better and were, you know, we can't divulge everything, but we know that for a fact. So even if we wanted to try to move it from a find somewhere to look at, you know, maybe like a scarce, you know, sometimes you try to get a scarce skills or you can't really in this scenario based on the current facts that have been before us. So I will agree with that the only way that this could possibly be condoned is if it's on the minimum scale. And I think that's fair enough if we're really honest with ourselves. Thank you.
You can speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in terms of the regulations when the appointment was made of Mr. Sabelo on the 25th of January, the council has to notify the MEC within 14 days. That day would have come up on the 8th of February for the MEC to then consider the appointment and then grant or ratify it. And I understand that ratification has not taken place. I would like to know and get confirmation of whether or not that documentation has gone to the MEC's offices. It should have been at the MEC's offices by the 8th of February. So that was 14 days after appointment, and that he would then have 14 days to consider it. So my question is has that documentation been sent to the MEC, and did he receive all the documentation as required by Section 17 of the Systems Act? Thank you.
Well, let me start with you first. Councillors must remember there was a proposal done by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Low. I'll give the Director of Corporate to respond to the other person. Then from there, I'll give to the Mayor to respond to question that was posed to him regarding the Then from there, we're looking for another proposals. If there's none, then we move with the proposal of the Deputy Mayor.
Yes, evening, councillors. The information presented by Councillor Sabah is incorrect. Submissions were made within 14 days. We also received correspondence from the minister acknowledging the submission and also asking a few questions. Thank you.
Just, Speaker, just for clarity, I did not say anything about whether the stuff had or had not been done. I was asking for clarity. So the Acting Director of Corporate Services is incorrect by saying that I was incorrect. I was asking for clarity of whether or not we had submitted the paperwork by the 8th of February, and he's now answered that. Thank you.
Mayor?
No, Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, I'll just respond to these two questions. I think the last question which was raised by Councillor Sabah, Acting Director of Corporate Services have responded on it. All the documentation was sent to the office of the MEC, and within 14 days, you know. The second question, which was asked by Councillor Campbell, when did we sign the contract of the municipal manager? The municipal manager started here on the 1st, and we have signed his contract on the 3rd of February 2023. The second issue, which was raised by Councillor Lopes, in terms of the achievement of the MM with regard to the report. You know, colleagues, and I'll say it again, as the person which was sitting was, upset for the interviews, myself and the deputy mayor, members of the panel, the MM knows the story. You know, if colleagues are saying that in terms of the achievement based on the report, I'm not quite sure, you know, but the long and the short, of my response, Speaker, with regard to the question of Councillor Lopes, is that the MM deserves, you know, and all the acting municipal managers which have acted here, all of them, we've paid them on a top notch. Reason for that, all these people qualifies. They've proven in terms of their qualifications. In as much as other people were running up and down saying that this acting MM is not, he do not qualified and so on and so forth. From where I'm sitting, the MM2 qualifies, you know, for the job. And we have treated him, in terms of the same way, in terms of other acting municipal managers which we have here. The three previous acting which we were having, all of them, we have paid them on a top notch. I think let me stop there. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Williamson. Then I will ask for another proposal, because there's a proposal on table, so that we entertain it.
Thank you, Speaker. I just have a question based on what the Acting Director, Corporate Services alluded to, that the MEC came back with some questions. Now, that's quite concerning as to know, for us to know what are those questions and what were the concerns that were raised with regards to the MEC's reply to this council's appointment. If you could reply to that. And then I'd also like to second Councillor Campbell's proposal that we go with her recommendation of paying the bottom end of the scale with regards to the remuneration for our current MM. Thank you, Speaker.
Davis, we've got one proposals now.
Hi, Speaker. We vote against, in totality, against the whole recommendation. So that's our proposal, that we vote against the recommendation in its totality. Thank you.
Wait for voting. Okay, let's vote then. You're guiding us now. Those.
Withdraw my proposal.
Those who are against the proposal. No, Lopez will second you. Lopez is seconding you. Am I correct?
Correct, Speaker, thank you.
I know. You can go to our records, you will see the trend. There's a trend in this council. You must notice it. Okay.
Sure. No, thanks. Councillor is basically asking for more information, which the administration is dealing with. Thank you very much. I can't take it from my head now, but administration is dealing with that. Once the minister is done with his assessment, that will be tabled to council as well. So you'll have an opportunity to know what the minister requested and what was provided to him. Thank you.
Those who are against the proposal, which was the proposal of the deputy mayor, seconded by Lou, against. Hey, my friend, I don't have your copper file. Those who are in favor of the proposal of Deputy Mayor, seconded by the fighter. Support of proposal of Councillor Davis, seconded by Lopez. Who are against Davis? Aye. Results.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The results are follow. In favor of the Deputy Mayor is carrying. Yes. The numbers is, those in favor of the recommendation 11, those against the recommendation are 10. On the proposal of a DA, in favor 10, against 11.
Speaker, in terms of Rule 13, I please read 13.2. I demand that my vote be recorded against the resolution that was carried by the council. Thank you.
Speaker, please sign as well as against the resolution.
Okay. Can we, Neil? Councillor Lou, can we get an MM?
No, I think they want, the administrators, they can get the MM, the administrators.
So, sorry, Speaker.
I'm a councillor here.
Sorry, just for admin purposes, not the DA, the whole DA caucus, I don't know, I can't speak for Kim and Kim. Each one of us individually, our names to the administrator that we, no?
Welcome back, MM. We are in point number 7, MM. I'm left with 7 minutes, so I'll adjourn my meeting. 7, only 7 minutes. We are on point number 7, MM. Consideration of motion. Here in our rules of order, MM, I know you have not familiarized yourself. Rule 25. The councillor may move a motion only when it's put by the speaker and if seconded by another councillor, except if it's provided otherwise in these rules. Okay, thank you. We move to consideration of motions, consideration of questions. Where are you, councillor?
Number 8, consideration of questions. I just want to find out from the Director Infrastructure. I just want to find out about the dam levels. Are we moving into a process where we have water where people can go? You know, people like to go and wash their cars and things like that. Or are we still in that level of 3? And the other thing that I want to know from them is that this thing of load shedding, that the municipality get a fixer from ESCOM. Do we have a system in this municipality that that we can switch on the electricity and switch off the water? Do we have a system like that? A system where we know that if I'm tired, I can switch it off. Because also the municipality must take a stand with this thing of load shedding. Because load shedding creates a problem for us. And we as a municipality must take a stand. So I want to know that thing. Is there a system in infrastructure that today I wake up, I can switch off the power, I can switch off the water, and every pump stop? And people mustn't ask me where I going. I want to know it.
Yeah, Speaker, my beloved councillor on that side, he must, I can't tell that to my informal areas, they will be crying to put off the pumps. No one will have water. But anyway, it's a serious issue. We need to talk about it. Load shedding is really a problem. But I want to talk about the refuse issue. Speaker, last week, I was just watching some of the refuse guys picking up the refuse with cars, man. MMC is also here, with their cars, their personal cars. So I stopped them and I asked them, why are you picking up, through you, Speaker, refuse with a car? And then they said they don't have, all the buckets are in the warehouse. I just want to find out what the status is, through you, Speaker, from the director or the MM, whoever is available, on that particular thing, because it was quite embarrassing. The dedication of the staff was amazing, and we commend the staff that's dedicated. But I mean, that is a bit that is a bit ridiculous. So if we can just get some clarity in terms of that, what's happening there. Also, okay, I think Councillor Klehoun will talk about the refuse site. I'm not going to interfere in her space. But that issue, just to tell you, people was actually using their own. I know it's unbelievable, but it happened. Thank you, Speaker. If we can get clarity on that, thank you.
Cleon, I need to understand. Okay.
Thank you,
Okay.
Speaker.
I said okay.
Thank you,
Cleon,
Speaker.
I hand is up. I said wait.
And you go vote.
Oh, Cleon, uphakamise.
Oh, okay.
Councillors, before you speak, in due respect, where are we now in the agenda? Questions? Questions? Okay. Clear?
Thank
But
you,
next time,
Speaker.
I think we should read what questions is saying in our Rules 27. Please, please. There's a reason I'm asking this. I don't want to be selfish, but I think next time we must familiarize ourselves what's question mean. There's a reason I'm asking this question. I'm not confused. I'm in a meeting. We said we were in questions. You see? Go to exigence. Exigence is guiding you. An item that has not been discussed in front of council, you can raise it if it's not there. There's a reason I'm asking this thing. But for now, I'll be lenient. Come.
Thank you, Speaker. So I may proceed with my questions. My question is to, through you, Speaker, to the Director and to Community Services. Just following on to what Councillor Davis said, it's come to my attention that...
Sorry, Councillor. In due respect, speak through the chairperson. Through me to the chairperson to the
I
director.
said through you, Speaker.
To the chairperson, there's a chairperson in the portfolio. Not directly to the director, but you can continue.
Okay, through you, Speaker, through the chairperson, through the director, and protocols observed. May I proceed? That there was a situation which was addressed, but my question is posed at the feedback outstanding because it's come to the attention that wheelie bins for Sedgefield are not being delivered since November last year due to vehicles that are broken down and there are no vehicles. And then the staff was using personal buckies to deliver wheelie bins to residents on the odd occasion. And also it was then informed to the residents that needed wheelie bins that they were to come and collect their own wheelie bins from the holding site in Sedgefield, which obviously our residents cannot do. They might not have a vehicle big enough to transport a wheelie bin. They are elderly residents. And so then the question is that what is the feedback and the plan in process to assist with the delivery of wheelie bins and the vehicles, because we believe that 2 of our municipal vehicles have been deemed not fit for duty, as well as the ongoing refuse site, the garden refuse site, as well as the recycling site. The challenges that we have there, keeping it clean and clear. There was supposed to be feedback provided last week, Friday. The chipping is not being done. The site is not accessible to residents. They cannot get in there. And then, of course, the waste that keeps coming and building up. And the bait stations, the rodent problem from those sites is a big challenge in our town. We have the rodent infestation problem, and bait stations for Bidvest was appointed to do that, and they have not yet done that. So those are my concerns and questions with regards to that site in particular, as well as the wheelie bins. Thank you to all those in charge.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Your through you to the Director of Infrastructure. Councillor Lowe have posed a question. All the directors are here, by the way. Can we be short to you, to your responses?
Thanks, Chairperson. I've been here since the first, and I've been privy to the issues that are raised. I even had some few meetings with the director to see as to how we can deal with this challenge. However, it has emerged that we have a problem with the trucks, with the refuse trucks. They are broken, and you see, the other challenge in addition to this is the broken trucks vis-a-vis the overtime that we pay. We are paying a lot of money and then we don't have the trucks. So I sat with the director and then we then had a plan which I think is going to be presented at the portfolio meeting, and then that will then be forwarded here. However, I think this is not on. We are taking it very serious, and then when we come back, then we'll be able to then present a better plan in terms of how we're going to deal with that. Thanks.
Even in my ward meetings, when people start to walk out, you must know there's a problem. Councillors are asking now to leave, and I cannot say no to them. I must allow them. At the end of the day, you will be left with me here.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor, the dam levels, still 57%. We haven't had an increase. We've had quite a bit of rain. I just looked at the figures. We've got a drought group. When we had the problem with, or when we declared a disaster, we've created a drought group where we're monitoring almost on a daily basis the amount of rain we receive and the different levels of the dam. So almost on a weekly basis, there's no need to do it on a daily basis. On a weekly basis, we're monitoring the levels of the dam. Consistently, for the last 3 readings we've taken of the Akkerkloof Dam, it's come back at 57%. So now we've seen that the load shedding times have gone down a little bit. So we're hoping that the level will start to increase. Also the temperature, we're hoping as the temperature reduces over the next few months that the amount of consumption of water that people use will reduce. The hotter it is, the more people use. You might not realize how much people use on a hot day. People do a lot more washing, they do a lot more cleaning, all of those activities. So you'll find on a day when it's very hot, the consumption is very high. And the issue of load shedding, there is a load shedding schedule that comes from Eskom. We are unlike other municipalities. In some of the bigger metros, the municipality does the load shedding themselves. In this case, in our case, the municipality shuts off, or the Eskom shuts off the substations by themselves electronically. So they do it remotely from their control center. So they shut off their electricity. Do you want me to stop? Okay. So what happens is they shut off the power to 2 substations. So there's 2 different zones in the Greater Knysna. One is in Sedgefield, in the Eastford substation, and the other one is in the main substation here in Knysna, and then you've got Sedgefield as well. So they shut off the power electronically, and then they restore the power also electronically. One of the problems that we have is that when we have load shedding for longer periods of time, the communication signal is a bit of a problem. So just to advise, Councillor, when we had problems in the northern areas, we did make an application to Eskom, provincial, to ask us certain areas to be excluded from load shedding so that we could keep some of the areas electrified. And part of that was to manage the load shedding ourselves, like we do when the hospital generator is not functional. So when the hospital generator is not working, what we do is we load shed manually. It has an impact for us because we have to physically go to, as a municipality, we have to physically go and switch off those boxes that feed the residential areas, and then allow the hospital to continue to function. And that's a request that we get from Eskom. Councillor, you asked a very important question about the electronic systems that we have in place. Yes, we've got quite a few electronic systems, some of them that allow you to monitor and control both water and electricity. So you can see what systems they are. So you can see the reservoirs, the levels, you can see the pump stations. Councillor is asking the question because I took him through the process of how, right from the abstraction at the raw water.
Sorry, Director. Sorry, Director. Whom did you take through?
Councillor Neil.
Oh, his preview. We don't even know that.
So I took the electronic system allows you to see from anywhere in the world what happens with our, for example, our raw water system, how the system functions, and you're able to control it both manually as well as electronically, and set it to also to work on automatic. The electricity system also has a very similar system where you can switch on or switch off as required. The functionality on the electronic or the electric system is not enabled for safety reasons. Remember, if you have an area that goes off and you try and switch it on electronically or manual or through the telemetry, and if somebody is stuck on the other side, you can be electrocuting that person. So for safety reasons, we haven't enabled the system, but what it does is it allows you to troubleshoot. So you can look at the system and identify which areas are out, and then you can troubleshoot much faster rather than having to go to a particular substation or transformer or that sort of thing. So I hope I've covered it, Councillor. It's a more detailed exercise, which we can provide more information around. Thank you.
Uti, Lo, are you still on the floor?
No, I'm covered.
asking.
I'm covered. I just want that. So someone can control us from somewhere.
Thank you. Councillor Uti, then Councillor Maxine, Councillor Sapar, then we adjourn our meeting.
Thank you, Chair, through you to Thank you. Now Councillor Lau is out. Thank you, Chairperson. I need to travel 8 hours. I'm not complaining because this is what I get paid for. My understanding, I was so wish that
That's what a woman says, because another woman has to go and hike in the main street. That's what a woman
you don't, are you challenging me?
No,
Or are you sitting there? Are you sitting there? I have to travel 8 hours. Are you traveling there? And then you go sit there and talk as a citizen. Go sit there. Go sit there. Go sit there. I said to you, go sit there. You don't point me. You don't point me. It doesn't matter because of the people who always say that is a wasteful expenditure. We are sitting in this municipality through you, Speaker.
We are sitting in this municipality with six different parties. It's because of the previous who failed this community of Neisner. They failed those who were in power in 2 terms. They failed this community of Neisner. Now there are six political parties in this council. Now I want to know, does all these ward councillors know how many squatter camps do we have in Neisner?
Please, Speaker, point of order. Can't
How
we just
many,
get on with
how
it?
many councillors knows that this is my right? There's no order here. There's no order here. I have to raise my questions. How many squatter camps do we have? Do they know how many squatter camps are in Neisner? They don't know how many squatter camps we have in Neisner. How many people who doesn't even have a plastic bag to throw the dustbin or the waste there? People who doesn't have the trolley bins. People who doesn't even have cars. There's no debate. There is no debate here. You guys are always come here with your number one. The white people's places, you want us to serve them first.
Point of order, Speaker.
Yes. This is what we
Point of
raise.
order,
I am
Speaker.
a
Rule 22, content of debate. We are on questions on the agenda. What is the question?
I am questioning. You are here and come and serve your people, forgetting of the poor people who are in the squatter camps. You are forgetting about that. Now come to think that we are the failures here. That is why there are 6 political parties in these municipalities, because of the previous parties that was leading in this council. They failed 2011 and 2016. They were in charge here.
It is quarter to 8.
It's 7:45. You can sit here up until you get paid for that. Can sit here.
Don't get paid to listen to your
Yes,
rhetoric.
you are
Thank
going, then you must leave. If you don't want to listen, you are free to leave. I'm not going to. I have to tell you, these are my questions.
Speaker, please protect us.
Speaker, can I raise my question?
You should
She's
not
sticking
question.
to her question.
Because I'm
May I
going to
raise
deal
my
with you
question,
straight.
please, Speaker?
I'm going to deal. Do you know how many squatter camps do we have in Neisner?
Speaker,
So,
she's
but you are a
addressing
ward
us and
councillor.
not you.
You are a ward councillor. You know nothing. We are here
Speaker,
just to.
we're being
You are here
addressed
just for your
directly.
color.
Councillor.
You are here for your color. Don't care about our people.
Councillors. Councillors.
Comes is not what.
Councillors.
Come and tell us. We fix right. You failed 2 times. You were in charge with no coalition. You failed.
Councillors.
You failed here.
Wait, Councillor Charlie.
I put you in charge with
Councillors. Councillors, we've noted your questions. Councillors, before I adjourn my meeting, hope you'll have the energy that you have for my meetings in your Section 80s. No.
Number 9 on
I
the
didn't-
agenda.
I said, no, wait. No, I did recognize you, but I'm saying that the energy that you have, I hope the chairpersons can see that you are ready for your Section 80s. That's why you need to prepare your question and deliberate it into length and take them on. I'll be there observing you. I see your energy in my meeting. You must transfer it to that side. After Sabah is consideration of motions of exigency. Then there's no in committee, then you adjourn. Sabah, I hope you won't be long.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm asking if I could please have copies of the court papers that were presented for the urgent application that was read today or dealt with today. I'm also asking for copies of all the documents that were sent to the MEC with regard to the MM's appointment, copies of the letter that the MEC sent to the municipality for further information, and then copies of our reply there too, please. In terms of our role of councillors as oversight, we're entitled to that information, and I'd ask, please, if that information could be made available to all councillors by email, please. That's my question. Please, thank you.
We've noted you. We'll deal with you, Chief Whip of the DA. administratively, we communicate with you. We've noted.
So
your-
does that mean we will get it via email then?
No, I said we noted, I'm not good in English. We noted you, we'll respond to you.
So will I get then questions in written by written reply?
I said we noted you, we'll respond to you.
Yeah, no, Speaker, I just wanted to clarify. I want to apologize to you because I'm a man of the rules. I should have brought up my item here, but it's done. The questions normally you expected written, but because of the urgency of the matter, I should have actually put it here. So I just want to, on the record, say thank you if you can just transfer what I said about the buckets that are broken to this item. Because it was, next time I will submit a question because I know that that is how it works. You submit it in writing. So I just want to clarify that one. But if you can just put it under the urgency because we're still waiting to get info on that one. Thank you.
The MM is here in the direct.
Speaker.
May I proceed, Speaker? Yes. I've got 3 motions of exigency, but because it's so late, I'll leave the one. I, Councillor Campbell, representing the Nice Independent Movement, hereby raise the following motion of exigency in terms of Rule 28.1 of the Nice Municipality Rules of Order Bylaw. 1, that Council resolves that a report be submitted to the next Finance and Governance Section 80 Committee about how many municipal staff members can be accommodated in the tourism building in the main road and the town hall, and how the municipality can urgently reduce the current
Councillor.
rental it's paying. Speaker, can I?
Councillor, I need administrators also in MM to assist me. You are too fast for me now. You are on Rule 28. No. I need to check. We are on Rule 28, both of us. Yes, which reads as follows: a member may direct the attention of council to any matter which does not appear on the agenda, which is the matter that you are bringing to.
This is about the office rental, Speaker. It does not appear on the agenda.
Okay.
So if I make, I've got a copy, I could send it, pass it on to you, that a comprehensive report regarding the tender process for office accommodation, including all BEC and BIC minutes, be submitted to the next Finance and Governance Committee meeting, and that full details be provided of the availability of funds to pay for existing offices
Sorry,
we are
Councillor.
renting.
Sorry, Councillor.
Yes, Speaker.
Let's stick there. I'm not disputing what you bring. Let's read further. If such motion is seconded and carried by majority of the members present, the mover shall be permitted to know to bring the matter. I think we need a seconder first.
Surely I must
No, you need
first
a
read
no.
it before people...
No, you need,
okay.
no. The rules is saying here. Number 3 is saying that if such motion is seconded and carried by majority, then we'll listen to you. You need to first to determine.
How can the majority know what
it's
the motion
rules,
is?
It's not me.
No.
It's the rules is saying if such motion, it needs to be seconded.
Speaker, I must first present the motion.
It says, yes,
Then
maybe I'm
the,
reading
then
it.
the council...
Sorry,
No, Speaker, Speaker.
Sorry, sit
Speaker.
down. Where's the legal? Can you assist
Speaker.
with your legal team?
Speaker.
Please, can you assist with this motion, the reading in front of us, before I allow?
Speaker. So, okay. Yeah, my reading with this very same motion that the Council of Kim is referring to, and that's what I wanted to draw your attention to earlier on. She mustn't be selective when she reads these things, because subsection 3 of that very same rule says clearly, as you indicated, if such motion is seconded and carried by a majority of the members present, the mover shall be permitted without notice. She can't grandstand here and read the whole motion here, because we still have to vote on that matter before we can proceed.
Speaker, it says here, stating briefly the subject matter and without comment on moving. She's moving the item. Once the item is moved, then we vote.
The clarification by the Deputy Mayor is very, very clear, actually. Very, very clear. However, we have the legal manager here. She can also then come to the party.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Speaker. The motion was raised in terms of Rule 28, and it is stated in sub-rule 1 by stating briefly the subject matter. It's in your discretion if you consider what Councillor Campbell already said, whether it's brief. But after stating the subject matter, Council will need to determine whether the motion is carried after it has been seconded. And sub-rule 3 also states that the mover shall be permitted after the motion has been carried to bring the matter under consideration by way of a motion or a question.
Long and short, what are you saying to me?
I'm saying, Speaker.
Because
you
she's
can-
reading 2 pages now. Should I allow her to continue? No, I'm just making an example. Don't feel offended. I just need to understand long and short. What should I do now?
I'm saying, Speaker, it's your council meeting. You are the chair of the meeting. You decide whether that 2-page that you were referring to is brief. If you consider it need to be brief, you have to allow the motion to be carried by putting it to a vote. Thank you, Speaker.
Well, can you give me bullets? What is the item about so
Yes.
that people can
Yes,
understand and I put it?
I'll give you the motivation, Speaker.
The
Last
bullets, give me bullets.
Yes.
The issue
Speaker-
is
Speaker,
the,
can I-
the headings like yeah, there is no toilet in that corner, it's an H end. So that convince us, so that I show it, yes.
Speaker, can I then start? But if everybody doesn't interrupt me, I could have finished a long time ago.
Speaker, I think it's
Last week,
it's overspace that you're talking about. Simple as that. We're paying for overspace.
Speaker, I haven't told you what the problem is. Last week, the MM advertised the cancellation of various tenders, including the tender for office accommodation. The reasons cited were that funds are not available to cover the total envisaged expenditure. We are currently renting office accommodation in 3 buildings, and the rental has been budgeted for. If we no longer have funds, our staff may be evicted. If it now appears the municipality does not have funds, and measures need to be taken to reduce the cost of office rental. The tender that was cancelled was, that is why I'm saying we
Councillor
need to
Susan,
find out what we're going to do about
Councillor
it.
Susan, assist me. The issue for you here is the issue of cancellation of tenders, office tenders. I'm not aware of what you are talking about.
yes.
That's- I want you to take
Yes,
into
and the reason given is that we don't
No,
have the
let's-
funds to pay for this, yeah.
No,
Speaker.
do you?
Speaker, point of order. Speaker, point of order, yeah.
Deputy Mayor?
Speaker,
I wanted to check.
you have asked Councillor Campbell to give a brief
Yeah.
explanation to this motion. Now she's going on and on and on and on. Some of these items, you've just made mention earlier on, that they need to prepare themselves for the next Section 80 meetings. Why can't she take it to the Section 80 meeting for discussions? Now she wants to come and grandstand here once again. She's grandstanding. I'm not talking to you, Sharon. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you, Sharon. Go and drink your red wine, man. So she should take these items to our Section 80s and discuss it there.
It's the motion that it should go to
Then
the
I would then
section.
propose. If then, let's put it to a vote.
Definitely not. Can you allow me, Councillor?
No, I'm not going to allow you now.
Okay.
Speaker,
Yeah.
I don't know why we as councillors want to interfere in the BEC processes. Because everyone now outside hear what we discuss. The thing was supposed to come up. Councillor Campbell was supposed to do it very simple. That we have officers, and now this thing that come out, how are we dealing with the process that we started in 2021 about office space? Then you can deal with it there and see how we can deal with this issue. But now, we already dealt with the process that was handled by a BAC. It means we want to interfere now with the administration process. Let's we deal with director. Yes. Let's we deal with the process of, is there's officer space, and then we deal with that process. Do we pay too much money for it? You don't have money for it? But what did we do to deal with that process that we start? How far is that process? To make sure that we have ample office space for our people. Let's we deal with it because there was a process that we started. We have to finish that process of getting a building for us, or where we can put our people to go and work from that buildings. Instead of discussing now the nitty-gritties over BAC decision.
We will do things this way. You know, we're going to leave at 10 here. The Councillor Susan have raised something which is new to me, and some information that she's really having in her exposure is shocking some people, but I won't go into that space, Councillor Davis. Now, I would like to do by the book. Does she have any seconder before we go deep for that, so that we can move?
I second that, Speaker.
Okay. Then the rules as legal have saying that there's a route to move to that then. In terms of checking, if the majority say that we must go into deep to it, we're going to vote now. That's what I'm saying in action. It moves that way. We move to 3 now. Those who are in favor of what Councillor Susan have put on the table, show by hand. Count. In favor? Okay. Those who are against, show by hand. Any abstention?
Speaker, thank you very much. The results are following. Those in favor of the motion of the Kim, 8 against 10. The motion doesn't carry.
Meeting's adjourned.
Another motion, Speaker. Speaker, I've got another motion of exigency, please. You just ignore me.